space. The next frontier. Hello. So this needs to be lowered down a little. Cut in half. There you go. This is the Dyson Spear program. This is a builder. Oops. Oh well. I spent some time messing around with this before. I like it. It's like Factorio. Construction, build 'em. Except in 3D. In space. With the ultimate goal of creating a Dyson Spear. A theoretical mega structure. Oh, this is nice. This is different. Oh, wow. Ooh. I like it. Could I just go blue? Just make me blue. Yes, please. Could I... Emission color. Armor color. There you go. There we go. I'd like to spit red. That'll look cool. Yeah, now we're talking. How do I get out of this? Okay. So we have, this is our Icarus. This is our robot. It burns fuel. Fuel is listed all on the bottom. Our goal. We came with some stuff. So the Dyson Spear is a proposed mega structure of essentially surrounding a star, such as the Alphard star with solar panels and harvesting all the energy. All of it. I need to make these by hand, right? It's been some time since I have. And I will remember the buttons. There you go, F. There's more powerful forms of power generation. For now, we eat fuel. We just eat grass, wood. If your Robert here runs out of power, they will move slower, and that's it. Until you can power it up again. And unlike Factorio, where you have to work 10,000 years to get them, you start right off the bat here. Can't cover it all in one. Tragic. With three little robot buddies. And our first power facility, the wind turbine. Usually there's a tutorial robot that shouts at you. May have disabled that in a previous run. But this is a chill game. We're gonna be chill. That's a nice new UI element. Telling me how much is left in this patch it can grab. Out of copper. So you can just grab some ore, scoop some up with your robot at the cost of power. It's not ideal. You can even queue up multiple tasks. Very chill game, I like it. Going to share it with you, the viewer. You can jump. You got Icarus has ups. There it is. It can hold up to 50 in itself. You put 6 things inside your Icarus now. Oh no, that's just what it's burning. Got it. Now there are Chivos. Y'all will see the Chivos acquired with me. So, wind turbines generate power. They generate all of 300 kilowatts. They're not great, but they get the job done, and they're free. I don't have to worry about them beyond that point. Nice little grid tells you how many of these you have sitting in your pocket. Let's get some coal chopped up. Your power grid, showed off in blue. You use power poles to stretch them along. Or you just use your wind turbines to get them to move along. Stretch out the power grid. Right click it to close. Ooh. Achievement grid. Nice. That wasn't there last time I played. Let's just go down the tech tree here. Grab all basic level stuff that doesn't require cube. Cube is first, is science. Well, these first things we'll make by hand. Until we have anything else to be able to make. I'm carrying rocks. I have a handful of rocks. Coal here. There's oil here. That's nice. We have star system, our solar system of Alphard, our ice field, Scarlet Ice Lake, our gas giant. We don't have any more information on that, but we zoom out far enough and we have the entire galaxy. We'll get to that later. Then we can outmake belts. And sometimes when you research things, you get a free sampling of them. I can also make a box. Yeah, let's make some boxes. Surely it will. Surely you can't be serious. We can now smelt. Before we were smelting within the Icarus, we can now smelt in a smelter. Actually need rocks. Where is the closest rock field? Coal. Do I see any rocks? There is a day-night system as we are on a planet circling a star. Copper. There's rocks. Did not save an extra one of these. Okay. Make one, whip one up real quick. Take a moment. This game is relaxing. It's good. Boxes, similar to Factorio, you have an arm, it moves it. You can automate right away, tell it how many you want it to be carried, maximum to hold, and just fill the box. You do you, buddy. That'll be done eventually. Out of iron. Well, in the meantime, we can walk back over. Eventually, we do move faster. You can also just right-click. You don't have to waz your way around. Devil, you. Iron can become, and its iron ore, at the most basic, becomes iron ingots or magnets. Should make any amount of power poles. For now, we can continue to use the stopgap, using our turbines as power poles. The range on poles much longer than the range on the power turbine, on the wind turbine. Achievo for powering my giant robot. With plant fuel. There, now rocks will be accumulated. So blue is how much power we're making, orange is how much power we're consuming. And if the power grid does run low, the blue will flash. Screaming at me, hey, help, help. Am low on iron. Did not pick up enough iron. Who have this? Oh, I am using that belt. Never mind. Carry on. I could have these feeding together. Currently out of belt. It's a chill game. We're going to chill here. Relaxing. And then you can see the atmosphere on planets where there is an atmosphere. You can see the atmosphere. Pardon me, my cat is knocked over in the trash can. Be right back. Sometimes a little bit of waiting is all you need to get things going. But production queue, your little robots will do their best. They will sap your energy faster to do it. That they power up with you. Or off of you. We'll have more powerful ways to charge our robot than wood and grass, eventually. Now let's see. Now copper, at its most basic, only turns into copper ore. No need to be fancy. I also have to tell it what to do. It will not accidentally make anything for you. That's a couple more things I could set up. Need a couple more smelters, which I am making out of iron. Turn around real quick. Start stockpiling coal too while we're at it. I'm not gonna stockpile coal yet, actually. We're gonna cook all of this coal. Any more basic stuff here? It looks like we're out of the basics. Some upgrades are just upgrades to the robot. That was 40 more megajoules. Right click on something and it'll, or shift and left click on something and it'll let you start building more of that item. Rocks are needed as rocks. Rocks are also needed as brick. Rocks can also be turned into glass. Because of the shape of 3D and curves of planets, sometimes things have to be a little spaced out for the geography to agree. Not gonna need 10,000 things of glass, just give me some. Give me all the brick you got. Sure, just cook all this rock. It'll find a home someday. You know, so will this glass. Just go. It's fine. We have consumed 1 gigajoules. Power. Actually, can't do this one yet. Ignore those. Those are basic things we need to do. So, the way science works in this. A lot of things in this can be stacked. It's really nice. Need more arms. I will explain. On one hand, science facilities are needed to make the science. So, blue science. There are 6 flavors of science. 5, and then 1 omni-science. That are made of parts. And then technology, which consumes science. We're going to put in copper coil, magnet coil, and circuit boards, and it will output blue science, which will then be fed to the science machine. For now, we're going to make things in our pockets, but that won't be for. We won't be doing that for long at all. Need more coal. There. Use this time to chop down some more trees. We can feed the robot. Coal would be more efficient, but we are just a satellite on a gas giant. A satellite of a gas giant. Don't know what flavor of gas that is. Sometimes you get stuck on geography. Don't worry about it. Sometimes other things fall out of things, like organic crystals. Fell out of those trees. 1.8 megajoules compared to the 1.5 of wood. Compared to the 500 kilojoules, so half a megajoule of grass. Alright, next thing to make. We need to make makers. We need to make things. Where's our... Yeah, so since copper and iron are right here, this is a pretty good spot to have stuff going on. So, because belts are really important, I'm going to have belts be the first thing we make. Belts are made of iron and gear. Gear are made of iron. You will be the end result. I like to work backwards. I only need 1 cube for this. And it even tells you nicely, we have 2 minutes until we're done with the cube. You can also just cut things out of the cube, move them down to the end. Need that cube once you have all that done. Please and thank you. I also found some titanium ore gathered from a rock. Can't do anything with that yet. You can now fly. fly, we're going to hit the jump button, which is the space bar here, and double tap, and we move faster, but shoot through our energy a lot. Very fast. At some point, that won't be a problem. Can't quite fly to space yet. We can get up close to space. We can rise through the atmosphere. As you'd imagine, the higher the atmosphere you go, the faster you move. Physics are in place. Ooh, that's a new button. What is this? Huh. If something's not working right, this will scream and shout at me until I know what is better. Alright, that's cool. That's a nice feature. That did not exist last time I played. Alright, we have our parts, so belts will go here. Need more of these. So iron needs to go here. Iron also needs to go here. You stretch over. You get this way and that way. Now I need this to be iron. Could feed this right out of here, but then I won't have any excess iron to use. So I'm just going to drag this down. If you shift click, it'll copy the whole thing. Arms included. It's nice. As well as what it was set to do. They've done a lot to make things nicer. Actually, this is just iron, so I don't need this. This is going to be just a box. I can shift click this. But I'm out of boxes, so. Please and thank you. Whip up some boxes real quick. Then you can go back to circuits. You need to be gears. Too far away. There. As iron smelted, it will go into the box. The box will then spit the iron into gear, spit the iron into belt. And when enough has accumulated, more belt will appear. Not the fastest way, but yeah, it'll work for now. Another thing I'm going to want while we continue to churn away the manual stuff. I need another box. For now, let's call, the Science Center home base. Just gonna drop things where it can't use, like that titanium. We'll come back to you later. And this extra, apparently when I got the science for it gave me one matrix slab that I didn't notice. Let's make the things I need for this, actually. So, iron and copper, magnet and copper. Out of smelters. Now create blueprints. Control C to copy a piece of production line. Control V to load it. Fascinating. That's powerful. This was not here last time I played. For now, we don't need to blueprint anything. We're not mass producing anything yet. This doesn't have to be the cleanest thing ever. We also were given 3 hydrogen fuel rods to get you going. I'll burn those now. I won't need those later. I hope. We'll do it like this. Drag my iron ore line out and smelt them as needed. Smelt magnets, smelt my iron. Multi-layered. Better than Factorio, Zuhan. Yes. We're getting our initial factory up and chewing away here. Welcome to 3D. 3D Factorio. Where we build vertically. Where we build space and will eventually conquer the entire galaxy. We are starting here on a Mediterranean satellite. That is all we know about it for now. We are a satellite of... Where are you? Where are you? There. That gas giant. The one literally out of view of us right now. Yeah, over there. Obstructed by the sun. With the ultimate goal of creating a Dyson sphere. We wish to surround a star with solar panels and harvest all of the power. You start with robots. You can do some things by hand if you care. I could pick up these trees, toss them in the burner and cook them to power our robot. For the most part, the makers of this played Factorio and said, hey, I like this idea. Let's do it better. Let's do it in 3D. Well, I guess I didn't need to do that. I'll take that back. What if belts could go three distances away? Need more boxes. We'll set up our initial production mall eventually. For now, we'll box feed things. Actually, we're pretty close. Yeah, I don't need to box feed this. Yeah, I actually happen to set up the science center right here. I'll move this wind turbine. You go over there. Off you go then. Eventually we'll have more than 3 robots, and they will move quite quickly, eventually. We are less than an hour in. We are bootstrapping our way up. with your basic, you'll people who play Factorio will recognize the basics of iron, copper, coal. Way over there we got, way over here we got rocks. We've got crude oil. But then you got other things like silicon, titanium. Copper is a much more bigger deal here than in Factorio. You got water. Multiple ocean types. You could have an ocean of sulfuric acid or salt water. Where you are in the solar system mandates how powerful your solar energy is and whether the sun is actually hitting you. So this would be a poor planet to do solar production because we are not, like, we're pretty close to the sun, which is great. However, we will have periods of darkness thanks to our gas giant. So if we wanted to make a solar planet, we should probably pick Alphard 3 here. We don't know much about you, but you're not obstructed by a gas giant. We know that you get reduced solar power because you are far away, and even more so way out here. So there are more powerful ways to get power eventually. I do like this button where I can just turn these on, and hey, if you guys ever stop running, please scream at me so I know something's gone wrong. So you're having issues unloading. You're not unloading fast enough. I'll give you another arm. Eventually we'll have faster arms. So that's nice. That's a nice touch. We're also we're hitting our power limit a little. I also didn't set up arms over here, so let's do that. Need more iron. Just give me a handful of the basics, please. That's why we set this up. You can set up 5 times, 6 times. If I want to make them by 10s, I could make these by the hundreds if I so felt like it. Although we won't be doing things in our own belly for long. In Factorio, you're making things by hand. Here, you gotta replicate. We're in the future. You've got a robot that you can customize, that you can make look like Gundams, I suppose. And as of this version, they have yet to add the bad thing of combat to our build 'em game, but eventually they do. Apparently there is plans to do that, which hopefully is toggleable. Our enemy is production, is efficiency. We are here to relax, to build. Are you facing the wrong way? You are facing the wrong way. All right, hold on. We'll fix this. You make cubes. You make science. Yeah, there we go. So, science. These cubes are science. Blue science is made of magnet coil and circuit boards. The arms are facing the wrong way, though. That's fine. Flip those around. I like to have a little buffer in case something's up. We have a little bit of science being buffered. I'm out of power, so let's make some more turbines. That's the sound of science. And you can stack them. Currently, our technology only lets us go 3 high. You can eventually, like, 12, 14, 20. This stack can reach the atmosphere, and there's a visible, like, cutoff where the atmosphere leaves. It's really nicely modeled. It's a really good-looking game. That runs really smoothly, even at... Are we on the highest graphics? Yes? Yeah. There's auto-saving, that's nice. You can go into God mode and not do third person, just... I think that's a little awkward to control the robot when it's not focused on you. You could have one set of buttons control the robot, the other one just controls your entire view of the planet, kind of like this. But I could also move the robot. I suppose that could be helpful for building some things, like when you're on a massive scale of things. So this is producing 1 cube every 3 seconds. So these 3 are producing 1 cube a second. How fast are you consuming these? Not particularly fast because we need to put down more wind turbines. Sorry. And the nice thing, I can just hold down the button and it'll auto put down turbines for me where they can reach, as packed together as possible. It's a nice quality of life feature. I don't have to click for every turbine. I just have to click it once and then let go when I'm happy with what it looks like. You don't have to waz your way around. You can just right click. It will move you. I'll eat that coal. I still have one more turbine. Yeah, go have at it. Go have fun, buddy. I can now make steel. Steel, as you'd imagine, if you play Factorio, is take iron ore, smelt it into iron, take the iron, cook it again. 3 seconds into 1. It takes a while to make some steel. Well, let's get that going while science churns away. It is actually keeping up with green. I could stand to make another one of those. Drag them up. Oh, and one other... Look at this cool 3D thing that we could do with belts. I could just, if I felt like, second layer, third layer. You could make your belts. If you thought belt hell was a thing, spaghetti belting in Factorio was fun. You can go layers. There are so many layers. You can go up to the atmosphere with your belts. I've never tried to leave the atmosphere with a belt line. I wonder if you could just run a belt from one planet to another, if you had 10,000 belt. I don't need to do that. I'll manually make it. The copy function is nice, but you make green, which means you also need copper. And I want you to exit onto this belt. I can now make silicon and graphite. Graphite is coal, but you cook it again. Not enough iron. Okay, one smelter is not enough iron. That makes sense. That's why I made this belt longer. In, iron out. Three smelters should be able to keep up with 2 things of green. Yeah. Because we're smelting 1 for 1, and this is eating 2 for 1. I was making 3, this is eating 4, so I actually should need 1 more. 2 every 1 second, so meaning 4 every second. I'm making 3 every second. So yeah, I'm gonna fall behind here. So let's... one more. This is all temporary, don't worry. And as far as I recall, like as of the last time I played, there was no need for coal. So all coal can be immediately turned into graphite. That's why I threw this down. 2 coal into 2 seconds into 1 graphite. Coal on its own cooks for 2.7 megajoules. The graphite cooks for 6.75. It's much better when you cook coal, even for chewing, in your robot. Too close. Oh. Fill that box with graphite, please. No. Eat that. In fact, don't stop. Just stack those. You can even stack your storage boxes. It'll auto-fill. When the bottom one's full, it will just auto-start filling the next one. In fact, I want another one of you going. I'm out of smelters. We'll be right with you. How is science looking? Yeah, it's a... Actually, we're making more science than we're consuming. Good. We'll have some buffer in case something goes wrong over here. Belt machine coming along good. We're not making enough iron ore now. I like to focus one patch down at a time. Work our way around the planet. Until eventually this planet will have nothing left. And we'll have to move on to the next. Or more likely, we keep this planet as a something, either production or science or something, and import everything else from other planets. We'll eventually be able to fly to all of these. Even these 28 light years away. Thermal power plant. The days of wind are over. The day of coal. Coal burning is up. It cooks at 80% efficiency, but coal is extremely abundant. I'm not worried about it. Did I connect that other one I just made? I did. We're hitting our peak on power, so we'll turn this coal patch on this side. I can now collect water. Less than a minute until this is done. Oh good, my other smelter. So I wanted 2 smelters of graphite going. Start eating that graphite. Oh, they increased the stack limits of a lot of this. Graphite used to have like a 50 stack limit. 100's really nice. Reduce the tedium of your pockets getting full. Alright, any more blue science we can grab? And you're new. Proliferator. What is this? When sprayed to a cargo, An extra products gain or production speed up will occur. Oh, so these are like the chips from Factorio. And it costs only coal. Alright, so here's a reason to keep coal. Excuse me, I'm reading. Nice. All right. Well, I'll use those for the brand new to me. I'll just get all of this blue science out of the way. For red science, we're not there yet. I was gonna make, I need to turn on the coal thermal power generator. Out of arms. Be right with you. So I did say graphite's better for cooking, so... Actually... Be right with you. Let's specifically make you your only little cooking station here. I wouldn't mind having extra of you. I forget the... It says shift copy, but I... Oh, there it is. Okay. There's the button. And yeah, over here. In case for when this empties out, I have this other patch of coal I can feed into it. Good. Like I planned it all along that way. Don't worry, all of this is temporary. You know, set up some infrastructure for power, to build infrastructure, to make more power, to consume more power. That's the way this goes. Okay, we're hurting for power a little bit. Let's see. And this one alone has fixed my power needs. Let's make a couple more of these. We're going to grow. Yeah, a good half dozen should do. And let's set up a buffer. Where these go in, these go out. This will forever fill, and as needed, it will dump it out. Quickly. Right off the bat, you can set up filters, so it only put in or take out what you want it to do. Science is... Oh, now this is falling behind. Alright. Now extract oil. We'll get to these things as needed. Basic infrastructure first. Alright, what's slowing up chip? Not enough magnets. Why we don't have enough just not enough smelters. Because we're consuming 2 every second, and we are creating 1 every 1.5. So we're by half a second behind. We need a second smelter of these. I need to squeeze in a second magnet smelter. Alright, we can do this. It doesn't have to be pretty, it just has to be functional, right? So this will be magnet. And then this magnet's going on a journey. Doesn't have to be pretty, it just has to be functional. And what I can do actually is have this, because this isn't being used along here, so I'll tear this down. Have this do a little hop. Come right back down. Will that work? Or you can just actually just go for a trip, yeah. Around here and back. And that'll give this guy room for the landing zone, yeah. Perfect. Yes. 3D belting. Better than Factorio. Take the underground belt, but make it as many grounds as you want. I didn't cross any lines? No. Okay, we're good. Now what are we doing? Advanced power belt. Advanced belt here. Or power pole. Advanced power pole. It's your long range pole. It's super long range. It goes very far. This is how you get from place to place. But more importantly, it's a charging station for your robber. Our Icarus here. Stand under it and you will draw power from the grid to charge your robot. It's good to have one of those on you at all times until you have a sufficient amount of those all over the place. The power grid is spiking, that's fine. I made a bunch more of these. The proliferator. I'll make one of those just to check it out. Unless it gave one to me. Doesn't look like it. Yeah, tell me about these. So you put a conveyor belt through it, and it will spray things. They'll be powered up. Which makes them better at what they do, but costs more power. So by speeding up iron ore, by powering up iron ore, I can speed up efficiency and speed. Yeah, these are the chips from Factorio. Right at the start. Yeah, power up fuel to make my fuel more efficient, so I don't have to spend as much time going back. That's neat. I like that. Power up my ore to get more out of my ore. I need steel. Did I set up steel anywhere? I think I talked about it and didn't do it. I did not do it. Right here's as good a place as any. So we go iron ore into iron ingot into steel. Just give me a box of that for now. Ore, steel, so plate, steel, box. All under the wind turbine, so I don't have to put down another pole. How many do I need? 4. And I don't have any silicon, so actually we'll have to wait on that. But I have the steel for if I find some more. Nice, where? I destroyed something. Oh, it's probably just a single one of these. Yeah, emptied out. The goal is to destroy everything on every planet. These games are very chill. I like it. Still low on magnets. I'm low on magnet coils because low on copper. Low on copper because only one smelter. Easy fix. Copy paste the whole thing. Thank you. Like tiny blueprints. We'll see if +1 is enough. Keep that going. If not, no big deal. Come back to it. One thing I could do is start getting anything here that isn't being turned into graphite. Turn into the spray, please. I think it said it was coal, right? Yeah. Input it from the conveyor belt above the spray. Oh, make a lot of it, please, and thank you. In fact, fill this box. I like it. They gave Cole something else to do. Might be time to start working on the mall. Have at it. Power is looking good with just 2 of those. Science still hasn't caught back up. Hey, what's up? Not enough magnet because not enough magnet. These 2 arms are just too far away to get all the way in there. Oh, we can do this. Come around the other side. Move this. Yeah, move that turbine. Every machine has 3 ports on it, at least. Some have more. Now we just feed 5 things of magnets into it. And the copper's very quick, because copper's right in front. Toss that turbine down right there. Get you back on the grid. No rest for you. It's an awful life. You're either working or you're dead, like a battery. Take all of these. So, let's find a place for the mall. I want to make sure I'm not doing it on the equator. I have plans for the equator. The equator is... The equator's here. This is the equator. Yeah, there are thicker lines for the equators and for the prime meridians. So I'm nowhere near that good. Do want to go east to west. I don't want to go north to south. It's easier to build that way, so do I have any prime land for east to west? There. Yeah, we'll go here. I'll take some power while I'm waiting. Remember, standing under these things will power me up. Guess I could have grabbed some glass. Yeah, let's do that. Hey, stop building these, please. A handful of glass and some brick. Speed this up. So I've already built those things. And I said here, right? Roughly here. You know what? It's just the first one. We're not going to use it for very long, I'd imagine. Do I have the most important thing? No, I don't. There. Concrete. Concrete is underway, okay. Eventually I will be able to pave over all this useless water. The game looks really nice. I'm coming for you, Alphard. Well, maybe not Alphard, but I'm coming for someone. One of these planets. I will attack their star. Maybe more than one. Just get your toes wet while, take a moment for a beverage. I have iron here, I have copper here. There's a good spot for it. Only there was a copper patch right here too. Yeah, sufficient. I like it. The belt can go a little ways. So, I'm going to want to bring in iron, copper, iron ore, copper ore, or iron, copper, magnets. There you go. So everything is pretty much made of... For the non-basic materials, they're pretty much made of iron gear, chip, and fancy magnets. And those are all made in these. And for non, science-related things, you don't need any sort of, throughput. Hey, we got some silicon. I can turn that into silicon plates. So this planet doesn't have, and we don't know it yet, but this planet doesn't have any. Your starting planet has no titanium veins or silicon. So any you happen to pick up off the ground, congratulations. That actually, yeah, that's enough now to make exactly one spray coater. Beautiful. We'll put a sample one of those into play. Then you can turn into iron, chip, fancy magnet. And then 6 on each side. I could do fancy, in the past I've done production belts where the main one, I had a belt thing of 6 up on the 4th layer. And to make things, they all came down. Whoever needed to came down, built things, and jotted back up. It made the production mall look cool, but it was very long. You might notice over time we're collecting some soil. We'll need soil for flattening, for building up the ocean. We can't just put steel over it. We have to put dirt under the steel, under the concrete. Not steel, does steel go into concrete? I forget. We'll get to it. Letting my robots do their thing here. While I get them a snack. This giant robot that runs on wood. Out of coal. And then on this side, iron. Gear is made of iron. Chip is made of iron and copper. Magnet is made of well, actually, let's do it the other way. Yeah. Iron on the in belt. Iron is used the most. Magnet on the outer belt. I'm gonna scream it has no power. I know you have no power. Put our long pole here. Yeah. 2 large leaps for robot kind. Those are all just ingredients that we're doing. Yeah, we'll get to those things when we get to it. Infrastructure first. I want to put that proliferator to use, actually. Because I've never seen that before. So what would I want to power up? Yes, I want to power up fuel. So I tear down this. Alright, so how does this work? This goes on the belt? Yeah, I run U through it. And then through this, I put the spray can. I want to move this facility to up there, but or we belt it. Yeah, we belt it. Make sure enough gets on the belt, best we can. So this is going to power up my graphite. I won't have to worry about fuel as much. Alright, it's only on the second layer, so we'll drop it down a little. No cost for up or down. It's the first building, I think, that requires you to use layers. This game is in early access, but it's fully functional. And it's only getting better. Until they add combat. In which case, until they add the ability to turn off combat, it will only get better. Alright, so let's see how this works. Input spray cans. And they spray... Give me one of these. Yeah. Give me a fancy one to look at. I mean, it's getting the orange dot, so I'm assuming... Well, they're not all getting the orange dot, apparently. Or, yeah, no. Orange dot ones are getting in here. There you go. So it's giving it 12.5% more energy. That sounds okay. Turn coal into power, into graphite. Use coal to power up that graphite. I like it. Can't get to solar panels yet. We're given 1 token solar panel, but it requires 10 silicon to do that. Let's put away things we're not using. Let's throw down a token solar panel. And right next to the power. Okay, yeah, sure. This will get more power the longer it's... So the plan is to, yes, that's how our solar panel works. That shadow that the box is putting on it's actually reducing how much power it can give. And it only gets power when the sun's out, as you'd expect. And not being obstructed by the solar panel. Right, eventually we will line the equator with them. The entire equator will be a belt of solar panels. Now, I need to drag iron out here. Iron and copper and magnet. be a lot easier once we have concrete and 300 cube. Let's grab some more belt. We're gonna need a lot of belt. And arm. And makers. So just grab a bunch of everything. Where was I making a belt? You. Let's just have, for now, here at the start, we'll have a bunch of stuff in our pockets. Three minutes, 300 stuff, that's good. Power, looking good. Flight is faster. The higher up you go, the faster you go. There are atmospheric physics in this. It's nice. I can hurt the power grid by stealing from it. I also don't have any fuel in my pockets. That's hurting me. There you go. Need some of that graphite. Right, came over here to build. Well, I can put down the belt. Yeah, I'm gonna need to do this anyway, so I may as well do this now. We can also upgrade our robot to have everything move faster. Have more drones, that'd be nice. Hold more stuff. Move faster overall. We'll get to that. 10 cubes to see what your kind of stuff your planet has. They want you to unlock that early. Need red cube for that. The music's also really nice. Thought that said meme icon. Like, that wasn't there either before. I suppose you could... Oh, now they allow you to just kind of mark things for what they're going to be. That's nice. I can see that being really nice later when you're building backwards from things. As you can see, your robot can't walk on water. He is not the Jesus he can cover. It uses power, but actually that doesn't matter, because if you run out of power on water, you don't lose anything. There used to be a health bar. Now it's called durability. That's not used yet. For good reasons. That will eventually be when the game doesn't get good. When you play Factorio, turn off combat. Just do it. It's busy work. You don't need busy work. The best part, Factorio got really good when they made combat optional. These major star systems you see in the sky, you can get there. Eventually you will learn to fly, through space. And could get there if you let the game run for, I don't know, days, weeks. We will have more powerful forms of travel eventually. "13 cubes away." Eventually I will turn off. I can just turn this off. For now, I want to see the starting ones go. Telling me if anything's going wrong here. I've learned of concrete foundations. I'm not making any excess science. Because I'm not making consuming more science than I'm making, but I also can't stack these any higher than 3. But that's sufficient for now. 1 cube per second. Sounds alright. A very important thing to be making. The ability to get rid of this water. 3 bricks and a steel. For now, give me all the steel you have. Where was I making bricks? Over here. Do I have any iron nearby? Just tons of rocks. I have tons of brick already. Need to get these two to link up. So let's bring this brick over. Not over the coal patch, because I want to eat the coal patch eventually. It's a lot easier when you don't have belts on top of it. About there. Ooh, you're different. It's built on the conveyor belt to monitor real-time cargo flow. Conditions can be set to trigger an alarm. If you spray this thing, it will speed up production. Interesting. But if you put this on a belt, it will, if it's not keeping pace with what you want it to, you can set it to scream at you. I like it. More manual control of your factory. Okay. You into foundation. Turn all my steel into that. I have some steel, you can start with that. I have some brick. Have at it. I'll be back for you later. Probably won't do too much with the spray cans, but bettering my power generation, using power to better the power, that sounds alright. Yeah, these 3 are only powering 1, sometimes 2 sciences. We're not hurting for science at the moment. We have a lot of things to do. Oh, it gave me 5 of these to start with. Pockets are getting full. Oh, because I found some more silicon too. There are faster sorters, faster arms, faster belts. You can use those. There's the splitter. You got 4 belts. It's got 4 directions. You can even mess with those directions, apparently, because it's something I didn't realize until recently. Pressing one of these buttons, I never remember which, will change the pattern of these things. It's not, I've never used it, it's not that important, but... splitter is nice. It's an even splitter in all directions. Where's my thing? Put this silicon away. There you go. Everything else we'll put to good use eventually. Yeah, like this. I have liquid storage. Do I have... Okay, give me one watering pump, please. Drones will now move a little faster. It is asking for coal. Well, grab this one tree. Do some graphite. This one is no longer keeping up with all of this. Neither is that. Good. Want to eat all of this coal. It's just not tall enough to get over top of this thing? Maybe not. There, you can feed just that. Yeah, this one is certainly not going to feed 4 smelters. I like the look of the mining drill. Last time I played, there was not a more powerful mining drill. It was the only one you got. And that was a bit of a bummer, because setting these up later, late game, when you to grab things, it can be tedious. Put that windmill down over there, sure, have at it. I did that so I can grab some coal at you. There. I now have enough for that. The early research requires like actual stuff instead of cubes. And I think that's fine. The solar panel will also follow the sun. It's really cool to actually watch it. There's a lot of moving parts in this game, and it runs very smoothly. And there are moving parts across planets, across solar systems. It's really cool. Oh, I never hooked you up. In fact, oh, you can't quite sneak in there. Can you sneak this way? Hey, let's do this. Yeah, there you go. Or better yet, let's do it like this. Here, you hop over that belt, all the way around. Can you sneak in here? No, bummer. Oh well, never mind. It's fine. The 2 graphites will, since they're just collecting graphite for me to eat, then they can just take what's coming out of here. In fact, he'll break that. There. 3-man job. Just make me a whole lot of those spray cans. We'll get to you. Power heals faster. Restore health faster. Energy. Alright, most of the reserves are now... You know what? I will take everything that's not powered up, and I will eat it. Sufficient. You can hold up to 600 spray cans. Neat. Alright, we're now outdoing... Yeah, taking that moment to do that allowed 200 cubes to... While it wasn't... For a moment while it wasn't using cubes. Anyway, what was I doing? I came over here to do something and then... More drone. Came over here to do something and then got distracted by the new toys. Out of iron. That's fixed. I think this is one of the last ones that actually require me to use stuff out of my pocket. Right, this. I was working on this. It was iron, copper, magnet. I will confirm that, but first put the belts down. I won't connect them until I double check. This is just for the startup, so I think I'll use this patch here, which means I need to go grab foundation. Which is right here. So, foundation. You can tell it to be any color you want. So you can color code your planet. I will stick with basic white for the moment. You can have it pave over veins. If you just have too much rock, or a planet that's all rock, it's in your way, you don't care. You can just tell it, bury it. I don't want to see this anymore. There. My gatherer won't work in water. You guys are actually in the way. Hold on. You can also kill by cubes. You can do... Just point at it, hold shift to chain dismantle. Or you can do it by an area. All those lovely things you wish you had in another game. At least, weren't there by the last time I played, which is some time ago. Alright, water. I made this, waterfall. Another line of inventory. Nice. Water can be tedious to sometimes, especially if you're pointing the wrong direction. Be with you in a moment. Vein distribution. They gave me this one storage tank, so I'll use it. You pump it out. It puts the water into tiny cubes, and you put it into a storage tank. You could put water cubes into a box, but they don't. They're not very they're not great with space. You can't get a lot of water into a box as cubes. Instead, we can watch this actually fill up in real time. The water quantity. This is probably not a great place to put it since my copper is right here and I want to actually grab that, so hold on. Let's move this anywhere else. We don't use, well, I'm probably not going to use a lot of water, but it's here. Maybe they've made more uses for water since last time I played. Yeah, water only stacks in 20. Poured in there. Poured in. Could pour one out for the homie, but it just falls out for these cubes. Falls out as cubes. So, give me copper. Don't know how much copper I'm going to need. Figured 2 should be in it. Nothing else, just, you know, kind of just grabbing the rest of this vein. Rest of this patch of copper. But I'll eventually dismantle it all. And it will be out of my way, so I can put other things here. So I don't want to send copper ore down there. I want to smelt the copper. Let's do that here. And, you know, for those, something, a feature that should be in every game. You could rename. I'm on Alphar 2, the second planet in the system. My planet, my rules. Okay, I didn't know that was a Chivo. Well, it's a Chivo apparently. Just rename it. The only thing you can't seem to rename is your Icarus. You can change everything, apparently, from the decoration to the metal to the speculars to this color of you spit out now. This is all new. You change the you can change the kind of welding torch you use. They even have some built-in Gundam recipes. It looks like. I like it. So let's smelt these. We're gonna need more than 8 of these. Alright, we'll get to that. Don't worry, we'll get to you. You don't have to scream at me. Three should be sufficient for now. And I said copper is going to be in the middle. Pretty sure I said copper is going to be in the middle. I'll double check before actually hooking up the lines. Sorry if this bothers anyone's OCD. It doesn't bother me. This is all temporary. Now, here on the map, you can now see how much is on our starting planet. On the home base of Alfie. We have just under 3 million iron. We have just over 1 million copper. No silicon, no titanium. Tons of rock, lots of coal. Ocean of water. 57% is constructible because there's a lot of water. We will destroy that. There's a lot of oil on this planet. And oil, similar to Factorio, it doesn't go away, but how much each of these little, like, geysers of oil gives depletes over time. I had one of these around here somewhere. When we get to oil, we'll talk about that more. There's science information. Some of this is important for certain things. The main thing is, I really want to find a tidally locked planet. One that does not spin. One that is stuck facing the sun at all times, because that will give me a dark side to build things on, and a light side to cover in solar panels. And power the other side. And power other planets. Actually made things really annoying to work with this. When all this has run its course, I'll tear it down and work on this. Or no, I managed to grab most of it. Like, as is. Oh, science. Is there any blue left? Any basic blue? Still have some blue to do. Yeah, we have to unlock red. They very quickly give you a lot of blueprints to use. Just go. Make as many blueprints as your little heart desires. I haven't used a blueprint yet, but maybe I have. I don't recall. Get you around here, drop you down. No, don't drop you down. Keep you up here, then drop you down. So all of you can then go off this way to be cooked. Oh, there's a small patch of copper here. Should be working on you. are you gonna collide? This tree? You're referring to this tree. Better? Can't grab you all in one. Not from this angle. How about from here? Not many of you, so just gonna kind of do one of these. Where's the closest iron copper thing that could use a hand? Or I'll just do this. Cook this, please. Just cook it all. Please and thank you. Put an alarm on you. If you ever stop working because these boxes are full, I'll come over and add more boxes. Sounds good to me. Power's starting to hurt. Power's spiking. They're doing their best. Alright. Add another one of you. I don't know how far you have to be away. There we go. Have you guys like serpentine back and forth. There you go. Did I just pick up some orange? 20 megawatts. Doesn't list them separately if they're powered up, which is sad. I would expect it to, so. There. Power is looking good. Science is looking good. You now have enough science cubes in reserve to collect all power all 3 science facilities, research facilities. Now, where were we? Production. And on the other side, I can offset them ever so slightly. Then, all right, let's confirm. Innermost belt, iron. Middle belt, copper. Last belt, magnet. You're gonna go this way, in case I need to add more to the line. It'll be easier this way. 4 of them are doing their best. Music gets very loud sometimes. We'll get to those. And while these 3 miners may not be enough to keep up with all this, it's fine for now. Go and chill. I've already done it, please and thank. Oh, you can also do this. You hit this button, which I like this button. It highlights all the veins, but I don't have to run around. Don't need to see the power grid at all times. If you just stand still, you do gain, like, restore power. I guess there's a solar panel on your robot somewhere. If you completely run out of power, it will eventually restore over time. Alright, so things are coming in. Control scheme is actually like really fluid. It feels nice to do. Alright, so let's begin. So when doing it this way, I could make my mall so that everything feeds into a box next to it. I'd like to make belt. This doesn't require anything intermediate because or anything advanced. I have basic and intermediate products here already. In fact, this is my first blueprint. Yes, alright, so I used a few blueprints in a previous game through. One's called belt. It's a line of belt. I'm gonna actually do that right now, but I want. Let's start fresh. As things may have changed, my feeling on things may have changed. Let's create. I want to draw. Hold on. Reset. Draw this. Does this work? Belt 3. We'll call it. We'll draw it as belt. And they're going that way. That way. Yeah. Can now make red. So, to make that like longer and just go, but that's the basic idea behind blueprints. I don't have to manually keep doing things. So it wants gear, it wants iron, room for a pole. And there we go. Belt factory up. See, the alarm is screaming at me. What is wrong? I only turned one alarm on, so. It's just my excess copper. What's wrong? Oh, because it's full. Full of copper, so yeah, just. No. Please stop. Now, this is what you can choose what to do if I sprayed any of these products. If I sprayed anything, I could either get extra material out of it or make it go faster. You guys are just here to chew up that 45,000 copper. We'll put that copper to use eventually, but for now. You have stuff to make. I'm not a fan of the blueprint screen. Very eye grating. It's not always the most comfortable thing to... Like, this could use some more UI adjusting, but it works. I could have made this a lot longer than, like, 6. Alright, next thing to make. Arms. Arms are made of plate and green, which I also have here, so cool. That's not gonna work. Yeah, it could. The fancy thing I can do that I'm not going to do at the moment, but doesn't work with this. Give me arms. They're made of green and iron. And I leave room for a pole. Yes, poles are very tiny. Poles can pretty much get squeezed in anywhere. And I do not need 10,000 arms. Give me 400. Next basic thing. Let's yep, makers. Makers are good to have on the blind. Makers are made. Green, gear, and iron. Give me 200 makers. Now the music sounds super quiet now that I've lowered it. No happy median in the audio world. Alas. Never winning. We have belters, we have makers, we have splitters. It's good to have those on the line. Only gonna need 1 stack of splitters. I don't use those too terribly often until we get to a different point in the game. Iron, actually same as you. I'm sure there are more efficient ways to do this, but this way works. Like, it's okay that this isn't keeping up because it's not supposed to. This is not a throughput facility. This is just get the job, just get these done. So by next time I need to come back here, it's done. The only thing we don't have over here is rocks. There are rocks right over there. Just bring rocks over. Okay, we'll deal with rock facilities after. Power poles. I haven't made any of those. The power poles consist of iron and fancy gear. In the meantime, it wants me to make a whole bunch of them. I need more iron. I have a box of iron I can use. Let's do that. I like the little mini-map. It shows you where your civilization is. In case you get turned around on your barren planet. And in a few minutes, we'll have all those engines made. Goes down really fast when you're just eating organic fuel. Make sure you put down your belts facing the correct direction. Else you'll have to tear them all down and do it again. And the clicking dragon doesn't work with belts. Power's running out because we ate all the fuel, had nothing in reserve. Oh, I said fancy chip, not gear. Got the power conducting part. Next up. Alright, we made all of these. This takes glass, so we cannot make that just yet. That takes brick. Wind turbine. Wouldn't be bad to have a facility of that set up. Need foundation support, so go down a little bit of foundation. Can't build things in water. And fancy. And if you really need power, just throw down a little charging station. If you want to go faster, every one of these you throw down will suck from the overall power scheme grid even faster. No need to slow down the rest of the factory on my account. Good, at the moment I'm the only one doing anything. 40 of these. I think they're stacks of 20. That might be everything on the basic belt line. Yeah, mining machines, actually, yeah. We now move faster. That's iron and all three intermediates. Any more blue? Or are we done with blue? We need to eventually turn around and start doing red. There's blue. Some blue things you don't really have access to right away. Except all the ways I can push away, but that's saying, okay, that symbol must mean it wants me to throw down a blueprint for something that I don't have the items for. That's why we have the belt. That's what the mall is for. Suppose I could upgrade green chip production at all. Everything else requires a brick of some flavor. Yes. So that's everything we can put on the line at the moment. Slowing down green. You cannot unload fast enough. I do have this. You have this. So this is upgrade button. If you have an upgrade for it, you can just straight up just push a button and upgrade. Upgrade singular. Upgrade a chain of things. Upgrade a whole grid of things. Same as a deconstruct. You're still not keeping up. All right. Give you another one. You're having the same issue because you were very far away. There. You get a third. Now are you keeping up? Yes. Now you are very empty. You're having an issue from the other end. You are running at capacity. Fine, give me 2 of these. Faster belt is faster arm is take arm, add an engine. You're now running at capacity. Good. Not enough iron coming in. That's fine. Now let's decide how we're going to sneak rocks into this. Well, none of the things that require rock need... Alright, so now I can see the... Now let's push that off for a little bit. Let's take a look at what is in our solar system. This gas giant is hydrogen and deuterium. The sun is the sun. This is everything in the entire solar system. Alphard 3 has fire ice just sitting on the ground. Hot and cold. Tiny bits of copper, some iron, silicon, tons of titanium. Tiny bit of coal. And an ocean of water. And Alphard, way out there, has an ocean of ice. I don't know what that means. Tons of copper, tons of titanium. Not a whole lot of silicon, and 5 million silicon to the whole... Yeah. Couple waters. Nice. It's a good starting system. Well, first, let's get these rocks started. Thankfully, they're all nicely lined up this way, this direction. Now I have a decision to make. Do I cook these rocks ahead of time and ship them over, or do I cook them on the spot? I think I cooked them on the spot. Need smelters. For example, smelters. Fire, iron, green. I acquired that one. 2 of these. And brick. A really gross way to do this, but functional. Yeah, here's a gross way to do this, but it'll work. Give me that iron. Bring the iron over the rest of the belt and down the other side. Everyone else will be able to proceed as normal on this side, and you guys will have to jump over this to keep going. You're gonna go that way. You actually want to be one step back if this is the distance it takes. Do that. And was it green? And green. Doesn't have to be pretty, just has to be functional. And this is all temporary. This is not the way the production model will always look. Actually, I want a lot of... We're gonna need a lot of smelters. As far as I know, there's only one smelter. Sadly, the box next to it does not have upgraded smelters as of last I played. There are a lot of open boxes here. Open cubes. Tell this to cook rocks. Send stuff into it. Yeah. There's no iron coming down the line. Hey. We need any more iron coming down the line. We should fill at least one belt. We're not filling a belt because... Or if you just don't fill a belt. Very well. I like the space feels of this. It's really nice. There. I will stress these three a little harder, but whatever. I don't need this anymore. You've been obsoleted. And if you're gonna grab more than you can hold, it'll... Hey, are you sure you want to throw this stuff on the ground? You want to take it and throw it on the ground? No. We'll find homes for everything we're holding. Eventually. Here, have some iron. You have some iron. That might be the last just blue science. Ball first, then red. That has its own things to worry about. And things for red we need to put on the wall. Alright, next thing in the rock formation. Power plants, which is actually the same formula. Pretty much. That's the only time we need to bring iron over. If you have to bring someone else over, then things will change, but... Thermal power plant. This is something I'm not going to need very much of, so just give me one stack, please. Plan is to never make anything by hand. Again. Need no green. Need iron. So you were supposed to have been Yeah, you can take a little journey. There. This way you have room to fit the smelter in. But you came with an arm. Nice. There we go. Next up. Do not need water pumps on the mall. Those will make we very rarely will need water pumps. Do need these. Okay, so this will be a bit more to do. Green. Green, come down. You're simple. One at a time. Green. Slide you down one more. Put the box down. I think you have the exact same recipe as something else that we need to make. So the oil extractor rips oil out of the ground, sucks it out. Steel, brick, green, and then you got the plasma exciter. On the other one, the refinery that processes the oil. Steel, brick, green, exciter. The exact same formula for two different things. So we'll just have you guys next to each other. Just a few of each of these. Alright, now on the other side we need steel. This iron. We need to cook this iron on site. I'm gonna do that. This. In the middle, iron will go out. On each end, steel will come out. Or iron will go in, steel will come out. Yeah, you could fit holes pretty much anywhere. Alright, that's 2 down. Then brick. Brick, as we've seen, is easy, but we're running out of room, so we actually need to put brick on a belt. Actually, an easier way to do that, let's slide you down. Let's slide you down 1. It'll take a little longer to get the steel to it, but steel takes long enough to cook. I'm not gonna need too many of these to start with. This is all temporary. In fact, speed that up. There we go. This way I can fit bricks this way. And I already have a brick machine right here that will never be running at capacity. Apparently you can only stack... No, you can stack more of these, just we have an iron shortage. Why do we have an iron shortage? Running at capacity. No, it's just being eaten by everything along the way. Eventually all these things will fill up and iron will make its way... and gears will make its way down. It's fine. In fact, here, have some iron from my pocket. And since I'm standing here, I'll just make a bunch of gears while I think and work and plan. Alright, so these bricks will have those bricks this way. The only thing else we need to get in here is the plasma exciter. Which, it's stuff. Alright, so the exciter's up here. Got coils up here. Nowhere to sneak this around. I have a spare room over here. So we take bricks, and we cook the bricks into glass. We take that glass, and we don't cook it again now. We use our assembly machine here to turn it into a prism, a polyhedron surrounded by two intersecting glass planes, producing precise optical instruments. Please do. Then from there, we take prisms, take fancy magnets, and create the plasma exciter. She would like to accumulate some amount of these, so yeah, I'll put a buffer in here. Do I want to? No, I don't need to accumulate any of these. I lied. These come out, these go in. Our exciters, which actually, if I do it, Alright, actually going to do something a little fancier here. Going to put that little ways away. Can you still reach? Yes. Because plasma exciters are also components of the long-range power constructor, or power plant here, power thing. So, wrong direction. I need this iron, not this iron. You're actually still not the one I want. I want this. Can you reach from here? Yes. I need basic pole to turn into long range pole. Which uses fancy gear and the exciter. I guess your box will be over here. Got to make room for your box. Hook up your other arm. And whenever I'm low on things, just run through collecting more. It works nicely because I happen to be dragging the iron over right here. I also need to drag exciters all the way around. Come back to over there. Anybody here want gears? I got gears. Here, you have some gears. You have some gears. Anyone want gears? I got gears. Freelance gears, ready to go. And then these exciters go up, over, down, and back up again. Their final resting place. Not pretty, but it works. It's focusing on the poles, which is fine. I need some extractors to get this party started. Yeah, I have enough in my pocket, so... Sure. I'll do it by hand since I'm still working on the rest of this. And it'll empty out more stuff in my pockets. Yeah. So, next building that requires brick. I couldn't go in the easy part. Oh, the storage containers, yes. That is important. That just requires iron, which is already here, and brick, which is here. If I move you up or down, yeah, we can have this one thing of bricks going in 3 directions. Why not? You just get this box to make hundreds of tiny boxes, the same, hundreds of boxes the exact same size as it. Science is magic. Storage tanks, we'll eventually want that. A whole bunch of those. We're not gonna need too many of these, actually. Foundation. I have foundation being made over there. So there we go, here's our mall for now. Science I also don't mind making by hand. So red science. Fact. Make me some science. I have one spare one over here we can use to look at it. So red science, made of graphite, which is, you know, super easy to make. Take coal, cook it. And hydrogen. We can get hydrogen from refining oil. That is our #1 way of doing it at the moment. Oil. We actually started with an oil thing right here. We actually do need, never mind, I lied. We need a lot of storage tanks, but I am mass producing these. So that actually works out fine. Let's add that onto the queue. The rising of our gas giant. There it goes. Look for a spot to refine oil. And this is a pretty good spot right here. We'll label this black. Drag power out to here. Where was that oil we saw? I have my extractors already. There it is. By the main science. Original science. It is large. I have to move something out of the way. What is in the way? This power pole. This belt. Vigorous can get stuck sometimes. Gotta hop your way out of situations. Power's looking really good still. Graphite's really good for cooking, and I don't know to what degree painting it is helping, but it's happening. So this is now producing oil. This will continue to produce oil. Need a storage tank. I have one over here. It's filled with water now. Filling with water. The reason for making lots of water extractions, these are very slow. He's doing his best. The fine water mill. So, the big thing to do for oil, because oil, it can be a huge pain in the butt because it is scattered all over this planet. All over. This is where lots of belts come in handy. We have a journey to go on. Have I created any long-range power poles, man? A few. Now I need to find the equator. This is how I like to do it. Find the equator. You. Like dead center of the planet. Sure. The equator itself is going to be solar panels, but alongside. Or I could put a. I could do the. Could do that. I have choices. Let's do this first. For as long as I have these poles, we have 2,000, almost 3,000 belt. Could go one tick mark down. Yeah, that's what I'll do. Going on a journey. Off we go. Guess I could have grabbed more foundation before coming out here, but yeah, we'll work with what we got. Putting power across the planet not as important as getting this the bottom layer belt across the planet. Oh no, I didn't go far enough. Or I went too far. There we go. Now put on some music, get out a good book, and let's relax. Let's build. This is also giving the production mall time to catch up. So to demonstrate what we'll be doing here. Take an extractor, slap it down. Put some buffer on, I suppose. And the oil is going to travel around the planet until it reaches the refinery. Belts auto-act as an even splitter, so you don't have to worry about using a splitter for putting things in. It'll auto-balance incoming, outgoing. So you want to use a splitter if you want to have it focus one direction or another. Otherwise, it'll auto do it, like auto even it out. You can set the move thing to build a pretty far ways down around the planet. We're in the wrong spot. And once I can see the lines, I'll go ahead and put them in the right spot. For water, we're just kind of guessing. Get a feel for how far the lines can go. Ooh, hey. Y'all missed a spot. You'd be so kind. Thank you. Just out on trip with the kids. You see the power grid flicker when it's powering my robot as well as the entire factory. Eventually the factory will calm to a quiet. When the mall is done. Kind of see the next planet over. You know, pretty much I'm the only one drawing power from this thing, because when I know the factory is empty, I should probably get back to it. Give it more work to do. You could eventually put another line of belt and put something else on there and just have every resource on the planet feed into a belt. And have it empty at certain spots when you need to use it. You could do that. I do not think I will, but you could. Maybe the blueprint system would make that a lot less tedious. I haven't experimented with it too much. Now, belt can be put on top of water. Belt does not care. Belt just kind of goes. It's nice whenever there's already land there. Could slap that oil and send it onto the belt as well. We'll need to do other passes of this eventually, but not there yet. It was winter, I don't... There's no, like, heat mechanics, so I don't really get that yet. I guess it could be helpful if you know you built a part of the factory in the winter zone. even though to look for that. Eventually my planet will be color-coded by what's where. The graphics are really nice. Nuts. Just shy. Can't see civilization yet, so we're not... Don't know how far around we are, but we're only 500 belt in. We're gonna find out what's the diameter of this in belt. We started with 2900 belt. Two of those right next to each other. Wasted a lot of soil there. Oh well, eventually all the water will be gone from this planet. Minus like a small pool I dedicate for using for just a few things that use water. I'm gonna run out of soil. Filling in the deepest parts of the ocean should take a lot of soil. When you run out of soil, you need to build more. Or go flatten some hills, that'll do it too. Oh my. Severely overestimating that one. I think we're over the halfway point. As the sun rises on a new day. The power going between the poles. I put that one oil thing on there, because if I did miss a spot, then the oil won't follow me. At 4 megajoules, basic oil is worse to cook than graphite and is not very dense. You cannot fit a lot of oil inside your robot. Whatever cooking chamber it uses. Hey, there's civilization. We're almost there. We'll have to tear down a few things in my way. Power pole has now circled the planet. At least to what I had built previously. Tear down these two, get them out of my way, put them somewhere else. Yeah, get over there. I want this to fully circle. Means, oh no, won't have to move the water pump. For now, that can stay. You're on the correct side because the equator is on the other side, so you will need to move eventually. So let's do that now. Nearly made it. Man, those few long-range power poles looks like they were just about enough to circle the planet. Cool. This is where civilization is, so I'm not going to put a power pole here yet. I'll do it anyway, sure. Civilization may not be here for very long. Eventually this will all be torn down. This infrastructure will hopefully stay. For some time at least. The easiest way I can think of to get all the oil on the planet in one spot. Have it all empty into one belt. Here it comes. Really nice looking water. Alright, there we go. A belt around the planet. Where did I mark Refinery to be? I put a splotch of black somewhere on this planet. Is it here? Yes, there. Relation to me, that is directly to the left. There we go. I had marked the refinery to be over here, so I said to drag oil from the middle over here. Trees and organic stuff that your robots tear down, you do not get. They have a job to do. They do not have time to bring you wood. If you want wood, you have to tear it down yourself. Alright, so you, in order to get you to leave, tear this down, put down a splitter. Splitter goes in this way, comes out that way, and comes out this way. But I want it to focus coming out this way. And you can even filter what comes out. The only thing on here is oil, so always send oil this way, please. Until this is full. Once it can no longer send it that way, it will send it back around the planet. Then I'm going to put a buffer down here. Collect. You can only go too high at the moment. There. We'll now collect oil here. It will be some time before oil goes back around the planet. I will eat the other oil. Sure. Not great for eating, but it's there. Clear some land. Was just going to do blue in this session. A little introductory. I enjoy this. Alright, so, the refinery. The first real fancy thing we have. Making sure I'm facing north. Oh, facing a pole. I have 3 refineries. The only thing we can make with a refinery right now, the only thing we can do with the refinery is basic oil into either refined oil. Well, it spits out refined oil and hydrogen. One oil will become... give me the recipe again. 2 oil in 4 seconds becomes 2 refined oil, 1 hydrogen. We don't need that refined oil right now. We're going to hold on to that. We're going to stockpile a lot of it for much later. Actually, I do need a lot more of these. I have oil. I have iron or somewhere. Oil is something I do want to spray paint. Now that I think about it, because that wasn't a thing before, so I feel like that would be helpful. Civilization's this way. Need more iron. I have a bucket of irons here somewhere. Yeah, you. Give me all that iron. Do not have enough. How much silicon did it take to make one? 2, 4. Do I have 4 in here? Where's my stuff box? There. Nope. Do not have enough. I got lucky with what I had. I can make any of this. Right, I can make this anywhere. I can only spray it on with the stuff maker. Well, however I was collecting. If I do collect it, I want to have this on me. I think they're inside of random rocks. Oh, while I wait for the storage tanks to make. Eat some rocks. Only need 4. Although I can now just turn stone into silicon. In a refiner, in a smelter. You do have that option. It's a roundabout way to do things, but you could do it that way. Let's do that. Give me some rocks. Quickly throw down a smelter. Let's put it under the power plant. Maybe some silicon ore plate. Here, have some rocks. How much is it? Is 2 to 1. How many of those do you need? 2. I mean, we're almost there. One more. Hey, a reason early game to smelt rocks into silicon. There you go. And I put exactly the amount of rocks I needed in there. Beautiful. There's coal right here to make more. Well, very nice. Where am I actually doing? Yeah. Alright, it needs to be over there. That's fine. You can go on a journey. Ew. I can lose. Yeah, just... Boom. So that's what extra. This is what happens when you drop things on the ground. They turn into cubes and just goodbye. Just destroy all of it. Might be a little wasteful sometimes. Alright, so give me my we call it spray coater. Does it matter which end goes where? I don't know. Things go right through it, so. Where do my robots go? No. There, now only spray coated oil will go through. Whatever spray-coated oil will do for me. Extra products. Or speed up. But I want to... Do we want more stuff, or do we want it to go faster? I'll take more stuff. I'm not in a rush. You take power. Makes sense. Machinery needs to actually do the spray coating. Nice little intermediary step. Oh, 0.5% stuff, more stuff. Very well. So, this is the first time you really should use a filter on your arms. Alright, that's running. Would eventually excess spray painted oil will begin to accumulate. The sound of walking on grass. Walking on concrete. And so oil goes in. We have oil get in on the left. In the middle will be graphite. What did I tell you to do? I haven't told you to do anything yet, so it's confused. Alright, hold on. In the middle, use press tab, you select different ones you want. The middle will be hydrogen. And on the end, there can only be refined oil. It should be, yeah, I messed those up. We're gonna get more refined oil than hydrogen, so prevent it from backing up. Refined oil there. The long arm will do hydrogen. Of course, the one we get less of is the one that we need for the science. But for now, refined oil is gonna come way out here. Who knows how long this line will eventually be. And for now, and we'll just stockpile some of it. Some amount. You could burn the refined oil. You need it later. Burning is not a bad idea to start with. You won't need it for a while. But I found that I have trouble getting enough of this later. I'll leave room to put more storage units, storage tanks there. I say and then immediately don't leave room for that. We'll leave it at this hash mark. I'll store my hydrogen here. So even if I don't do anything right away, it's there accumulating. You see, it won't spit out anything because it has nowhere to put things, because it needs to empty the hydrogen before it can release and process anymore. Only so much holes in the buffer. Visuals of refining. Everything's running at full capacity. The extra product is actually going to slow me down a bit, because it won't be able to spit it out fast enough. I'll make a few more extra arms since I have this stuff on me. Maybe 3. Be able to spit out the hydrogen faster. You could also do it, since the arms on the refineries here, they have exits on the sides as well. You could have an elaborate, like, serpentining kind of motion there. I'm sure that would work just fine. This is simpler. This is not the final way where we're doing things, so. No yellow marks means things are running at capacity without speeding to slow down. Good. Now, as we've established from our science lab, red is just hydrogen and graphite. I have coal right here. I have a lot of coal. This planet is just made of coal. Carbon everywhere you look. You're the backup for the power plant. I'm not gonna touch you. Could hook you up, but eh. You there. Just being used for spray painting. Or I drag this hydrogen all the way over to where I'm already doing science. Which is here. It's actually not that far at all. It's actually the exact same area. Yeah, we'll do it this way. I like to have a buffer at the science center. So this will be red. Red comes down this way. Arms can be weird with corners, so I'll just not invite the weirdness. That red comes in this way. Through the power plant. Telling me that if the... And I need to add more... Yeah, let's add more now. I only have 1 on me. Well, we'll move the power plant. When that comes time, we'll move the power plant. How about that? Or make a second one? It's whatever. It's not a big deal. Red goes that way. That means my production of foundations here. Yeah. You. So red is made at 1 for 6 seconds. So I'm gonna need twice as many to make my cube per second. So yeah, 6 of those. I'm happy to be carrying 6. Well, that works out well. So red comes out and goes this way. Anyway, needs to go in. It's helium and graphite. Now, is it an even amount of both? If that's the case. 2 and 2, yeah. Let's position these a little differently. Yeah. So graphite. Now do graphite like this. I'm gonna want 3 arms of each to be able to fill all these without anyone getting and bumping into each other. That'll let hydrogen get it, sneak in uninterrupted. Or vice versa, we'll see. This setup doesn't matter who is where. Change where you were unloading. There. So, hydrogen is currently ending here. So we just have to drag you over. And not here. Yeah, we'll scale up the oil production while red is starting to go. Get a sampler of that going. On the inner ring, start cooking graphite, which I can do over here. I have 13 smelters, let's put them to use. Coal in, graphite out. Because we're looking north and, yeah, okay, never mind. East-west. Pull in, graphite out. Those are spray paints is something you would want to put on all the sciences, huh? To get more out of them. Yeah, that makes sense. But when I actually have, like, enough I have enough silicon from other planets to make more of those spray painters, rather than using rocks. I guess we could do that. Do like that. I'll fill this with coal, and you guys actually need to slide down some more. I want to get those miners in there to get those up. There. Easy fix. Hello, blank. Are you familiar with Dyson Sphere program? Yeah, get those miners in there. There are actually small children running this thing. This is Dyson Sphere program. It's a Factorio-esque game in 3D. It's stacking and on an actual sphere, and all the fun that comes along with that. We will soon enough be able to travel to other planets, harvest what we need from there, with the ultimate goal. Oh, they're not actually children inside the mining drill. The only living thing living quote-unquote thing in this game is your robot. Your Icarus. Your goal is to pick a star and build a Dyson Sphere. We could pick this star. This star, not particularly great for it. It's a G-type star. It's not particularly bright compared to others. Like this one's pretty bright. Pretty. The point is to build a Dyson Sphere, which is a theoretical Dyson superstructure. Pretty much you take a star and surround it in solar panels. Harvest all the energy. Now you'd imagine that would also block out the light from that entire system, so we'll see how this goes. I've never actually gone as far as to build one. I've done the early game, quite a few runs of the early game, and then they released something cool that I want to start over and play with. There are new features here, but I want to come back to it now. Throw down some concrete, foundation here. Throw down some miners, mining drills. Make sure I have enough ground to actually put them down. So we can feed all of these smelters. Or any galaxy. Yeah, anywhere in the galaxy. You have an entire galaxy to work with. We started with this robot who landed on this planet. We started with nothing, and now we have all of this going. This is our factory here. We have power. We have supplies, your basic instruments of iron ore, which could turn into iron or magnets. You have your copper, which could turn into copper. You have your coal, which you can cook into many different things. There are many things to make. Bricks and silicon and glass, magnets and copper magnets, gears, and everything moves, and the game runs so smoothly. With an end goal, like quote unquote end, you could keep going, of completing a Dyson Sphere. They said that there are plans to introduce combat, but games like this, Factorio, Stardew Valley, they don't need combat. There's really no need for combat in games like this. Your enemy. This is your enemy. This is the enemy. You don't need to. You don't need, because in all games, you get solar flares. Like having, you know, something just occasionally bounce up. Like the closest thing to your natural disaster currently in the game is your robot does require power, and it consumes a lot of power to do things like fly to other planets. So you have to have the infrastructure in place to get you there and get you home, or else you're gonna slow boat your way to another planet, and it could take literal hours. Fortunately, the planets in our immediate solar system are very close together. But in all games, Stardew Valley, Graveyard Keeper, Factorio, combat just boils down to busy work. Something to keep you occupied and Yeah, you cover an entire star in solar panels, and they'll black out the entire solar system. So ideally, you would pick one. Like, I know the type of planet I would want. Well, while not a particularly good choice, you could pick a neutron star. It's not particularly bright, and they don't always have neutron stars don't always have planets around them to actually launch the spear from, because you need a planet to launch the materials from. The red giant looks particularly nice. But my ideal one would be a star system with a tidally locked planet. Because you have to sit here and you develop a rocket and you're launching pieces at the star. You are attacking the star with your rocket. That is your enemy. So ideally, I would want a tidally locked planet. One that does not spin. Just give me one that sits in one direction so I do not have to wait for it to I wouldn't have to either circle the planet with rockets or wait for it to get back into a firing arc. I found one such planet like that on a previous playthrough. That was pretty fun to launch pieces of Dyson spear at it. Oh, you can also, they just recently added this. You can fully customize all sorts of colors of your robot here. I made mine blue, it's typically orange. And it comes with some presets where you can turn your robot into like a Gundam. Giant fighting robots, you can make it look like your favorite giant fighting robots. Have fun, go for it. They eventually want to make weight. I guess armor is going to be a thing for combat, whatever. It's a bad decision. They did say it was going to be toggleable. You'll be able to toggle it off, like Factorio decided, which is good because games like this should not be fighting. Why do you want your peaceful farming game to be interrupted with bats? At least Graveyard Keeper went the better route. If you don't want to do something, you could just spend cash to buy everything, to buy the things that you need, that you get from it, that you need from it. Only Stardew did that. You could skip you could skip all the combat in the mines and just buy what you need, or pay the Adventurers Guild to go do it for you. I just find it very tedious and unnecessary, and not the relaxing experience we're here for. Your mech requires fuel. You could, if you want to be funny, you could just power it with wood. These organic crystals. Three hours in, we have completed our first red science. So there are 5 flavors of science. All different tiers of stuff required. We have blue science, made of basic coil, and fortunately, that doesn't indicate how fast you run, it indicates how fast you recharge. So we would run out of fuel very quickly if I was only using wood. And then we'd get out of the Gundle and shovel the coals in. The most powerful thing we have right now to power our robot is graphite. You take coal and you cook it, and there you got graphite. You could cook it again to diamond, but then the energy output gets really bad. We have oil, but oil is not as dense as carbon. It's very sloppy. Eventually we'll have more powerful things, like actual batteries, actual fuel cells. Something they just implemented since the last time I played, you have these spray canisters. And we have it coming over here, and we're spraying oil as it reaches our refinery here. And what it does is I choose what it does. Spray painted oil, it powers it up. And I can choose whether I want to make extra products, 12.5% more in this case, or speed everything up by X amount. I'm not here for speed, I'm here to relax, so I may as well get more bang for my buck. And this spray paint only costs coal. So while we're here on the coal planet with 10 million of it, may as well spray paint our oil and get more bang for our buck. I know Factorio had like production chips you could make. Those were all separate, like efficiency ones, production ones, speed ones. This is just, you got one, you got spray paint, and you choose the one thing you want to do. Well, I spray painted all 4,000 units in here, because why not? The tool is here. Now we're not. So So currently our battle here is trying to balance science output. Red science, which takes graphite, which is easy enough, it's just coal and cook it, and hydrogen. And currently, there's many ways to get hydrogen. Our current only way of getting hydrogen, our graphite's backed up. Our current only way of getting hydrogen is to take oil and cook it. When we process the oil, we get 2 things of refined oil and 1 unit of hydrogen. We don't need a refined oil, so you could cook it off, but we're gonna need it later, so I'm just storing it in bins and tanks. We're gonna store a lot of it. And we're gonna need to ramp up hydrogen production, but I also need to ramp up oil production at some point, so. Fortunately, we had already built this lovely mall. Where did my mall go? Yeah, this way. Towards the land of the rising sun. Over here, I have our 3 basic materials of iron, copper, and magnets, being turned into intermediate things of gears and circuit boards and fancy magnets. And then down the line it goes. Everything you could need. Also places I can dump all these extra stuff. I don't need to carry all these magnets around with me. Here. Take a box of them. Here. Have some magnets. Do I need arms? No. I need assembly machines. I could use some assembly machines. Sure. I need splitters. No. Don't need any of these. We don't need power. Do we need Yes, we do. Going shopping. I did. It was really funny, and it took me a while to realize that they were talking about the last season of Dexter. Thank you for referring that, because that was really funny seeing John Ralphio interviewing Dexter. They're like, it's the last season of Dexter. Hey, you're not gonna be disappointed. Well, right, nothing. They're not getting any plasma. Oh, it was one of the seasons of Dexter, but it wasn't the new one. Like, I thought that was a recent thing. It was not. Alright, this is slowed down. It was canceled before your first marriage was. Dang. Alright, we need... Alright, so this is slowed down because I'm not making enough glass. So let's... You take rocks, you cook rocks, you get glass. Take the glass, you squish the glass here in the machine. You get prisms. Prisms then turn into plasma exciters. Why are none coming out this way? Did I just put the arm? The arm may have been put on wrong. It's also feeding into here. I knew I should have made more of those. I have a thing of glass made. I have a thing of glass somewhere. Hold on. Go find it. You can also manually just make things. You can make a lot of things manually in your robot. There's a replicator inside. Anything that doesn't require cooking, you can just put together. Yeah, I have glass just being mass produced over here for some reason. Not sure why. Hey, just stop that. This is enough glass. Let's make me... I need coils. I have a coil machine around here somewhere, right? I think I tore that down. I did. And I did just put down all those magnets I would need to manually make them. Hold on. Yeah, just pick me those magnets again. There, now we can make our own. We can make 100 of them. There, for the next 12 minutes. What is running out? Green. There's no green coming in. Why is there no green coming in? Oh no, these are gears. Why aren't there... Gears are running at capacity. Just one is not enough. You know, we can fix that. It's like I left room for this. Look at that. Like I planned it all along. Oh, there's no fuel. Put some fuel in the tank. When your robot runs out of fuel, nothing happens. You move a lot slower. You move a lot slower. You just gotta crawl yourself over either getting fuel or putting down a charging station and just take your fuel from the main power grid. This is your enemy. This is your real health bar. Do you slow down the factory to speed you up? Sometimes yes. Sometimes we'll have enough. Eventually, we'll have enough power. We won't have to worry about it. Also put a copy paste. Also copies your arms. Good. There. Now there's a lot more gears coming through. And now that I have tons of exciters in my pocket, currently have 10. You don't make things particularly fast in your robot, which is why you'd want to make. What I really need is refineries. Yeah, I need these. So, yeah. Eat up, buddy. Chomp chomp. The production wall doesn't need to be efficient. Throughput is not what I'm worried about here. I want enough so that by the time I get back here, when I need things, things are ready. I have 4 extractors. Let's get that going on the field. So far we've set that up, and we circled the entire planet with a single belt. Because oil is scattered throughout these, like, craters all throughout the planet. And the best way I found to get all your oil to your designated oil refinery is to circle your entire planet with a single belt and just have all oil and go there. Because unlike all your other patches, your oil will never run out of oil. Right now it's spitting out 3.18 robots per second. Eventually that number will go down, and it will be spitting out near negligible amounts, but it'll never deplete. But because of that, you do have to treat it a little differently than all your other patches. Like your coal, your iron, they'll all eventually run out. You'll have to start importing that from other planets. We'll stockpile this in case we actually get too much oil coming in. Do want you to keep running. You need power poles to get power to your various places. Logistics is your enemy. You don't need combat. This button is really nice. There's no guessing like in Factorio. It's just, here's how long you're going to be making things if you do it by hand. The game does this to discourage you from doing things by hand. You have assemblers. Do make assembly. You have robots to do this for you, but if you really want to pick up rocks, you can. Want to pick up grass and put it in your robot? Go for it. It's good busy work. Gives you something to do. Uses a little bit of power, but whatever. You get that little bit of power back when you put grass inside of your robot to power it. Here, have some grass. Have some wood. You don't, and it's WAS controlled, but you don't have to use it. You can just right click and move places. And the belts are they're auto balanced. So when oil starts making its way down, I said when oil starts making its way down. Oh, there it is. It's already coming. It's just dark. It'll all auto balance onto the existing line. Making sure I have a nice healthy supply of oil at all times. I could put down a splitter and prioritize like incoming lines. If I ever get to the point where I'm so oil heavy I need to like do that, I could prioritize letting the new stuff in first. I haven't found that to be necessary. By the time you get there, you're probably not making enough oil to make it worth it. I have 3 more of these, so we can do that again. You can stack things. Stacking is beautiful. When the bottom one's full, the top one automatically starts filling up. Same with emptying. Power is starting to flicker. It might be time to expand the power facility. First, I'm going to drain the rest of the power and power my robot. You can even speed things up by putting down multiple charging stations that also double as your long-range power poles. There will be no factory if there is no robot, so we just momentarily drain the facility. I could also start researching anything with my new red science. Titanium, silicon, don't need it. What do we want to... fancier spray? None of these stand out to me. That's yellow. We're not even near yellow. More powerful way to make hydrogen. I'll take that. More powerful way to power my robot. Let me stack things higher, yes. 10% mining speed and minus 6% consumption. Efficiency, I like it. I'd like to go faster, please. Yeah, just put all the self buffs on here. While I'm still running around doing busy work. I have 2 more things of oil I can add to it. And I don't need to see how many cubes I'm needing because, well, it'll happen eventually. And until I need this space, I may as well just have the lines run straight down. Eventually I'll need to like move these, but when I need to build here, but I have a lot of planet to work with. And when I run out of room on this planet, I have others. I have Alphard 3 and Alphard 4. I'm on Alphard 2 and Alphard 1's a gas giant. Can't build much on a gas giant. When I run out of planets immediately, oh, well, we're in 3D space. A lot of things to build. A lot of places to build. We're not going to run out of space. Don't worry about it. Sometimes I'm in awe of just how nice this all looks. And just as an aside, it's really nice that this game doesn't actually use the button I default use for muting my microphone for anything. Really nice. No, just by chance, but I like it. Nice coincidence. I have one more extractor, and there's another oil, so yes, slap that down. Any chance I have enough in my pocket to build another? Because there's still more around, yeah. Slap that on the queue, why not? Two of you, I'll just have you both feed into this one. And then head out that way. When you're close enough, you can just use the main power point, not the plan. Now you might notice that you're decent with longitude, latitude, or just kind of notice as I wandered about that I'm actually the oil line is 5 degrees, 3 degrees south of the equator. I'm gonna use the equator for something. Like this whole area around the equator, from hash to hash. Equator nicely marked with a thicker line. I'm gonna use it for something soon enough. Oh, you guys are done? Nice. And how's this looking? 3 minutes. Nah, I'm not gonna hang around here for 3 minutes, so let's head back home. We gotta expand the power plant. The occasional sound of chewing you hear, the big chomps. It's my dog chewing on a bone. Don't worry about it. He does that sometimes. I'm out of fuel, so hey, give me some fuel. Give me some backup fuel. This is box of graphite I'm just gonna eat out of. Science. Actually not consuming enough science at the moment. I am making more cubes than I can eat. It looks like. Well, let's see. Nope, nope. I'm consuming more than I'm making. But slowly. It'll take a while to chew through that backlog that I made when I was wandering around, not actually letting the science go through. That's good. You can do things like move the power plant. Currently the power plant is sitting over here. Kind of serpentining very uncomfortably. Let's move you. Oh yeah, you never got going. Where is the equator from here? Yeah, you can just press N when you're on the point you to north. Okay, this way. It's a straight shot. Nice. Off you go then. Off with the others. You have your very nice looking fancy wind turbine. Costs nothing but space. Well, a few basic materials and space, and it doesn't make particularly a lot of power, but it's free. It just works. That's the power we're going to use on other planets. Because we're the only planet with a lot of coal that I've seen. So we're going to need to think of other ways to power things. Wind will be first, and then I guess solar on planets that are anywhere near their sun. Alright, so we'll just have the power plant take a turn, and I'll have it be here. We'll move all of you guys. We'll get back to you. You're important, but we'll get back to you later. For now, not on the equator, because I'll just move you again. I'll put you... just take space. Just kind of scatter them anywhere I could fit them. They also can't be too close to another wind turbine. So try not to rely on them too much. And my cat is on top of the refrigerator. Oh, yes, he does. Power plant. Temporarily take the factory offline. But here I have a buffer. In case we run out of coal, there's coal coming in, coal coming out. So we are all out of power. Only the wind turbines are turned on right now. We're going to come up here. We're going to turn. First, coming up here might be enough, actually, for all the power we currently consume. There's no fail state. You go. You have fun. You build. You build. You get better. You discover something different. You tear everything down. You rebuild. You don't lose anything for tearing things down. That's good game design. You lose only time. Got 1 in, 2 out, so the belt keeps moving. And I'm powering up with spray paint all of this graphite, so it gives better power output. Although basic belt may only be able to reach so far. I may need to split this up into multiple belts. I can do one of these here. No, let's not do that. Hmm. How many? So this belt, this moves at. We have science. We have the technology. See, this moves 6 per second. So it can move 6 items every second. You can also set enable alarms. If it's not running at full efficiency, it will scream at you. All right. You, how much do you consume? How fast do you consume? How fast are you consuming this? If used as fuel, more energy can be produced, yes. So that's going to throw off a bit, but... like 3 seconds each? Alright, it's starting to back up. It just took a little bit for all of the... oh, right, because these can hold 10. It was holding more than it could actually eat at a time. Alright, so now with all of these, I now know that this is not enough power, so let's head to the mall, collect some more. Collect more of these, and put more on the line. Where was I making? Right, you take brick, so you're down by the wood line. By the brick line, there we go. Yeah, give me 50. Make me not have to come back here for a very long time. If I can hold a whole stack of them, it takes up the same amount of space to hold 1 or 50 of these. This robot is magic. We are chewing through the backlog of red. Things are going slower though, mainly because we're not running at max power. How far can I push this? If I were to turn you, where do you have to be a turn? Yeah, like there. That's a fine turn. It's a fine turn, however, you are not close enough to your target. Hold on. I can fix you. There we go. Give me that graphite. I have wood. Feed the grass into the robot first. There are faster belts. Don't like to use them unless necessary. Might be reached. Oh, I'm also just not producing enough because I'm only using 4 of these. Hold on. We can fix this. Wind turbine, please. Wind turbine costs pretty much only space. They cannot be tightly packed. Unlike everything else. They're a nice first obstacle. Now, power poles, you can stick them pretty much anywhere. There. Nearly double how many of these I'm making. Let's see if the current amount of coal can keep up. Give it a little bit to see if it can. Can, great. If not, I'll add more to the line. Yeah, it looks like it's keeping up. This is not getting any. Although not for lack of trying. It's trying to get in there. Alright, here's what I should do. Let's take you 3. Let's turn you this way. This way you're collecting from the line that has 2 miners instead of the one that has 1. And it's trying to load balance these 2. Now that should help. Yeah, that'll help a lot. And slap that wind turbine down, sure, over there. Whatever. Off you go. As long as everything reaches the spray painting facility, and yeah, starting to get over here. Power is now being consumed. Alright. Oh yeah, so what we're going to do with the equator, because these are subject to line of sight to the sun, if I line the equator with it, eventually we'll always have solar power coming. If I find a tidally locked planet, one that doesn't turn, one that always faces the sun, that'll be better. I'm pretty sure when the gas giant gets in the way, these will also be hindered. But days on this planet are like a minute or 2. That's not a huge deal. It'll all work out. Losing power to the facility means we just have to take more time to do things. If you're not consuming enough power, then your facility isn't big enough. You must then grow your facility larger. I'm running out of power. There you go. Have a quick snack. Also can refuel it. Any of these charging stations. Alright, how's refined oil looking? Halfway full with the first tank. Gonna be a while till we fill up with refined oil. We just not making enough. Alright, we just need more of these. So let's go to the mall and pick up some oil refineries. Mall, which is definitely this way. Yeah, red has finally finished the backlog. We'll get there. Alright, we have a trick we can do. Well, trick. We have a technology we can use to get more hydrogen. But I need refineries to do that. I have made one. Hey buddy. Here. I have a bunch of exciters. What is taking you? Right, they are coming. These take 4 each, and I'm asking for 20. We're also using them for power poles. We're just not making enough glass. Oh well. Observe. Production. Be right back. Sometimes you just want to let things run while you grab a beverage and take care of animals. Let's see. Just not enough glass. We can fix that. Problem solved. Now we're making a lot more glass. There's 3 glass into 2 prisms in 2 seconds. 15 refineries, now we're talking. Let's go. Back in business. We'll eventually fly faster. You can see that not all the reds are powered up because we don't have a lot of hydrogen coming in. Hydrogen's the issue, right? Yes. Oh, and the beauty of multi-layered belts. Your belts can go high. Your belts can go alarmingly high. I have not found how tall you can make these yet, as I will not build it unless I need to. That tall. But you might be able to approach the atmosphere with it. Almost done with this first iron patch. Little by little, I will chew away at this iron I made to start with. We don't need them all. Where's the refinery? While I'm here, let's grab... There's refinery. A foundation, yeah. Grab that. Well, it's good to have that on hand. I'd like to turn all of this black. This is the oil refinery section for now. You can change the size of this. I don't really need to at the moment. But for now, this will help me find it easier when I pop this open. I might eventually, I'll be able to see black. Ah, that's it. I guess we'll start backwards. No idea why I started so far over. Very nice. You shift with left click, it copies all of it. The recipe, the arms. Don't really need a blueprint system too powerful to start with, because, yeah, how nice that is. Have to manually put down a tower. And I've just doubled my production of hydrogen and refined oil. Oh, that's nice. The under blue bar is the spray paint of the oil. And I suppose I get a free each of these when this reaches the top. For the cost of extra power, but yeah, nice. Now let's work on getting free oil, free hydrogen forever. More hydrogen I could ever deal with. To do that, I need space. There. If you need more soil, just tear down hills. Just flatten things. You get more soil. To rise things from the ocean, you need soil. Anyway. So, the way this works. Dig a refinery. With the refinery, you can put in one refined oil and 2 hydrogen, and it will spit out 1 graphite and 3 hydrogen. So for the cost of 1 refined oil, you can turn that 1 refined oil into 1 graphite and get an extra hydrogen out. This is powerful. We're going to use this. How do I want to use this? Let's see. Definitely want to go east to west, because that'd be really awkward otherwise. Power is starting to flicker again. Do it like this. Yeah, because these refineries are very expensive. And I'm making them even more expensive power-wise by powering up the oil. We'll do 4 of these. I'll make it possible to... I'll make it expandable if need be. We'll work on the grid momentarily. First. So in goes refined oil. Refined oil is a dead end. Refined oil comes in, refined oil dies here. Let's just establish refined oil here. Just keep this standard on the left of the 3. Go ahead and establish refined oil comes in. I have a lot of refined oil just kind of sitting around. I'm not using you yet, so this will work. We'll have more powerful ways to get hydrogen later, but for now, this will work. I had some, one of the fancy oil, or graphite, managed to make its way to my pocket. As you do. Don't worry about it. I don't want to turn these on yet because they're going to start drawing some power. They all have idle power they draw. Make sure your machines are running. If they're not running, then you're not working hard. You're not working them hard enough. Like that. Work harder. Work more efficiently. May as well put more things on the queue. Get taller. Not yet. Well, I mean, it's the last thing here, but there's one particular technology I'd like to see. Yeah, that. Just wish there was a way to slide things up the queue without canceling all the others. Yeah, we'll come back to that. So refined oil comes in, refined oil dies. Graphite leaves. So just have to go this way so it's scalable. I could do it. That would be actually really nice to do it this way. Let's see. That would just actually, this wouldn't take much work. I just need to cut this here, take away these belts, run it this way. Run all of this graphite I'm using for red through a splitter. Yeah, here's the advanced stuff. It's going to output this way. I'm going to ask it to prioritize the free stuff. If there's no free stuff, then use this. Then use the stuff I'm actually cooking now. And send that on to make red. Now to make sure this can't back up, I'm gonna do this. Until it's a prioritize output this way. Prioritize input, prioritize output. So don't spit this out. No, that won't work. Because that'll still start spitting this out. So then, yeah, here's what I can. Sometimes arms can be tricky, hold on. When it comes to like position on the planet. Yeah, make a big old buffer here. Make sure it is always running. Always buffer. In fact, take it in faster than it goes out. Give me a few arms. Do slightly faster arms. There, so now it's gonna collect some boxes, but prioritize using any boxes any graphite that comes this way, instead of this stuff. Max energy, nice. And I need to, hold on. That's gonna spit out anything it wants if I don't filter it. Make sure to filter. Out goes the graphite. Power is hurting, it's pushing a little. We'll come back to that. Don't worry about it. So, on the other side, the reason we're gathered here today. The hydrogen. It takes two hydrogen come in, 3 hydrogen come out. The hydrogen in. Gotta make sure this is scalable. Hydrogen out. This will eventually be a closed loop of just make a whole lot more of this, please. And thank you. Sadly, these do not work as a sorter as well, but fine, we have sorters. So how to make this look decently not terrible. First, hydrogen comes in. We'll bring hydrogen from the main event. So red's gonna slow down until this reaches a critical mass of a lot. We have other work to do in the meantime, don't worry. Hydrogen will go in. This will scale this way indefinitely if that's needed. And what will come out is hydrogen. This will actually come out a lot of it, so for these tiny baby arms, 2 of those, sure. This won't actually start running until we get some hydrogen coming in. So hydrogen comes in, hydrogen comes out. Hydrogen will then be stacked. Collect a lot of it. We'll need a lot of it. As it comes out, we'll hit this sorter. The sorter will say, prioritize sending it that way. If it cannot send it that way, which means that this entire thing is full and is backed up, then you are now allowed to send it on down the line. We move fast. We move faster now. Way to go, robot. You're getting better. So where hydrogen's currently going, we're actually going to divert that. All hydrogen will now work its way you come the other way. You actually need to be on the left side. Yeah, hold on. But you don't come down yet. Stay up here. Now drop. Dodge the wind turbines because I don't feel like moving those. Those can stay there. doesn't have to be pretty, it just has to be functional. So let's see it in motion, and slow motion, because power generation is hurting a little. We'll come back to that. We'll follow this inaugural cube. As my children continue to build everything around me. They will prioritize building whatever's closest. So, hydrogen goes in. Graphite goes in. We have not had graphite. We need graphite. No, oil goes in. Yeah, oil goes in. Graphite comes out. Oil goes in. And it's going to do the loop again. For a net gain of 1 hydrogen. Converting 1 refined oil into 1 graphite, which will then head into a box, spit out of a box, into a box, spit out of a box. But now we'll prioritize the stuff coming from the top to be turned into red. So this will effectively be turned off for some time. It can no longer hold any more hydrogen on this line. So some is now allowed to head down the line, and we will eventually, and this will continue to make surplus of hydrogen. If I wanted to go even harder on this, I could put the storage tanks here. You know what? That's what I should do. Hold on. Just gonna move the storage tanks to like here. And prioritize left. So send everything into the storage tank until you cannot send anything more into the storage tank. It will be a long time until that occurs. Yes, I know the power is low. I'm on it. We'll eat this hydrogen. As you look at it, hydrogen at 9 millijoules. It's actually pretty good for chewing, but you can only hold 20 at a time. It's not great for eating, but yeah, it's actually pretty good. It's half the ingredients you need for a decent battery for your robot. Now, power. We just turned on a lot of machinery. Time. Oh, so the problem with the power plant is that it is out of fuel. Out of fuel. No, I don't need this anymore. First off. Out of fuel because the smelters can't go fast enough to actually to use enough graphite. Or to make enough graphite. Well, we have a half solution for this. Until we get to solar panels, we have a half solution. I do have wind turbines being produced here. Just give me 100 turbines and we go find an open field and ruin it. Alright, here we go. You can just click and drag. 100 units of free power. These will all find new homes someday, but for now. Suppose since I'm taking my time here, I really could stand to turn some rocks into silicon and start making solar panels. Let me think on that while I get water. That's not a bad idea. Placing those panels will also give me something to do. Let's just say it fixed what will probably happen here is it fixed the issue of making graphite for the chemical plants. I have some rocks right here which are not doing anything else. Any smelters? Those are literally right here. Beautiful. I will eventually need a lot of them. Turn these into silicon. And then turn those silicon plates. Now, the ideal way to do this is to wait till you get to a planet with silicon. We have a lot of rocks on this planet. We have other planets here with more rock. So, not worried about that. It's 10 to 1. It is a very, very bad ratio that we're not going to do past this patch. But for now, we're not mind having a box of silicon. It's 10 for 1 for solar panels. So we'll come back to you. The mall's right here. What am I doing? What am I doing? The mall is right there. whole point of them all. Building things. Production. Alright, and I need copper and chip. There's iron and copper. Oh, here's chip. Yes. Come on. And we just slide the copper down, which is right here. In case I end up needing magnets for something. Not gonna mess up the mall line too much. There. Now eventually we'll make solar panels. Little by little. Free energy, eventually. Next to do. Now that power is back under control. Red science is gonna stop for a while until hydrogen reaches that mass, which I should make it just one storage unit of it. It's a lot to ask of. It's going to take a while to fill that anyway. Didn't realize I still had so many in my pocket. So to-do list, add more of the oil to the main oil line. Begin working on other infrastructure that we need the oil system for. Not asking for it yet, but we can make other things. Let's get that production underway. Two more. Have fun, y'all. Enjoy twirling in place for eternity. We're coming for you someday, Alphard. Or some other planet. In fact, this game lets you start that pretty early. Yeah, in Red Science, we can begin our attack on the sun. Start launching solar sails. Solar sails, which are tiny little things, tiny ones that tiny solar panels, creating a Dyson swarm. First, you start by launching a warning shot around the star. Then you go after it with the big guns. Coming along. did say we weren't going to use a lot of these storage tanks, and I actually do use a lot of them in my setups. A lot of buffering, a lot of kick the can down the road, we'll deal with it later kind of deal. It's fine. Power's looking good now. I don't think these are smart things. I think they will still run. Maybe I can... How does this work? They gave me a few of these. It has to be powered, okay. Then the monitoring cycle, the same as the manufacturing time. Target flow of how much cargo you want it to go through. Oh my. Oh my. Wow. You can really go hard with this. Why are these the order of colors? Oh, this hurts my head. Why would you not do this by gradient? Whites mixed with blacks, mixed with reds. I guess these are shades of green. I don't see a white. There's lots of green. There's a white. There's a black. Colorblind's fun, but weird. Filter by item. Okay, interesting. It would, whatever. Speaker alert. Oh, when to shout. Interesting. Alright, so that... I was hoping that was a way I could maybe like filter this so that when the power grid is above a certain point, stop sending graphiting, because it seems to keep cooking it no matter what, whether I'm using the power or not. So it's a little wasteful to have more of this going than you need. Eventually, those will all be offline anyway. Solar will replace cooking. Eventually. It's about a fifth of the way done. It'll give me time to go do things. I might do some of that off screen while this fills up. That's a good first session. Infrastructure's in place to get red going. Blue has been conquered. Our eventual goal. You. I'll get you someday.